9, 8, 7, 6,
Bye-bye.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ready, guys?
Man, this commercial just reeks
Ladies and gentlemen,
80s,
I come with
90s.
the Gamerz Haven. How are you all doing? Welcome, one and all. Welcome. We are playing Pathfinder tonight. We have our illustrious DM, Snowy Phoenix Games.
Hello.
Professor, sir.
He's here with us in spirit.
Yes.
And CheapPopMan. Oh, there he is.
Hello.
And Professor, sir, once again.
Sorry. Muted.
You're fine. You're fine.
Dealing with the hangings on of 6, so.
So, let us... Hold on. You know what I forgot to do? Professional streamer me forgot to actually set up for the Pathfinder. Derp!
CheapPopMan, what's that commercial for?
It's a it's a War Amps commercial.
I am Astar from Planet Danger. I can repair my arm. You can't.
It's kind of see what I mean though. It's kind of like it's kind of like he's kind of looking down at everybody who can't put their arm back on.
Yes.
So having an android like that would be pretty funny. Meatbag can't put arm back on. Ha 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 ha.
All right.
I'm a peasant.
So, if an enemy rolls to disarm him, do we have to specify, or?
He's
I think
he's basically immune to disarming, or it lasts for one round and then he goes back.
you just put it back on.
Sucker.
But I think the have you ever heard of a show Reboot?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
I've heard of it.
It seems
watched
almost like it's them who made it. I'm not sure though. It looks like their kind of style.
Yeah, it probably is.
All right. So,
Sweet, we're ready. Yeah, that's right. Okay, cool.
we're going to retcon the thing that happened right before the Shogun got his face knocked off.
You could call it a retcon or a reimagined scene.
Yeah, there we
You
go.
have to
Or-
remind me what exactly even happened.
All
at the
right, well,
beginning,
I'm gonna
which
do
was-
that. I'm gonna do
Which
that.
was a
So
month and a half ago.
it's been a month and a half since we last played this. We ended on a pretty epic, thing that was going on, and it's been a month. So the whole feeling is probably gone to you all now. But let's recap, see what happened pretty much last session. So we were on our way to the temple. We were on our way to the palace. We stopped by the temple of the four spirits. There we met Fellerin, the elf necromancer, and we had a talk with him. He had a slight change of heart, and he accepted to not do whatever he was going to do, but he was still going to go to the temple. Okay. We find a hidden dungeon inside the temple, which appeared to be like remnants of Kaining's past that was gathered there by the dragon Kunavang. So like we experienced past things like the holograms, the emperor who was there at the time, and the dragon flight and all that. We then met up with the great dragon Kunavang in this alternate world kind of place where he currently resides, and he basically said that Kaining's in deep crap, and it's cool that you guys are here to help us. Right now, the temple, the palace is in shambles because everyone's fighting there. It's a mess. So please go there and save us. So y'all went there, and Emma went somewhere else to meet with somebody. At the palace, you met up with the Empress, or I guess met up is not the right word. You realized that she's always been there with you. And started to witness the bad stuff that was going on there in the palace. You met up with the most important NPC of all, Banjo, who was afraid, who was scared because all of his friends were mind twisted by the demons. He wasn't, but he was not doing well. His real name is Anju, but Banjo works too. New Minister of Defense. And once we began to witness just the horror of what was going on, Felderman was there, the elf who tried to fight the Shogun but got beat up, and realized, okay, well, the Shogun has now gone mad with power, and now he's going to try to go to the temple and get even more power. So crap, that's not good. So we quickly went up the palace. We encountered Kireji's monastery friends who were there defending the palace. We intervened to save them, to protect them, and to stop the mind control of the guards from the demons. Unfortunately, when that happened, when we broke the amulet, something else happened that was not expected. Once the mind control was done, the trigger occurred, and they all transformed into gray malady abominations, and that was whoops, really not fun. But by that time, the headmaster himself, Kireji'Garou, stepped in, and we knew that the people there were safe. So Kireji made a beeline upward because his friend told him that the Ravenheart Lord is there. And he was like, oh crap, this is it. So he made a beeline to the stairs. Amethyst tried to follow him. She did, it worked, but her method to convince him to stop did not work because she went along with him. She started by saying, like, stop, like, wait for us. He was like, no. She said, okay, fine, let's go. And reaching the throne room, they met nobody. There was a big portal there, a portal that probably the Shogun took to head to the temple. And as they were approaching the temple to question, to wonder what was going on, that's when the Ravenheart Lord himself showed up. And there would have been a big confrontation, but just before that happened, Zaya quickly showed up, along with Errrr, the right wing of the Ravenhearts, who showed up and essentially took Kireji's place to fight the Ravenheart Lord, stating that this foe is beyond any of you. There is no way that you can face him and win. You guys have to go stop the Shogun. Kireji was reluctant, shared a few words with Errrr, and then decided to, yeah, okay, that works. And so our team left, leaving him with the Ravenheart Lord. Once we reached the temple, the big field surrounded by a mountain bowl, essentially, the Shogun was there at the temple trying to get it open. Once he noticed the group was there, he sent his 3 guard captains in to intervene, and doing so, he transformed all 3 of them into the same hulking abominations that you fought in the harbor at the beginning of Kaineng. And now there were 3 of them. Just as they were advancing to attack, a phoenix crashed into the field with a giant blazing fireball, and Emma casually hopped off. Hi guys, how's it going? And so, reunited once again, you 4 fought valorously and funnily and greatly to defeat the 2 remaining giants, and then took the attack directly onto the Shogun, who was empowered with the gauntlets of Norix, granting him demonic powers, and and he was using it. I mean, uh, uh, he had some pretty damaging moves, but Kireji and Zaya, who were both enlarged, gave him the hug of death basically twice.
What?
Kireji just grappled him from behind, and Zaya just bonked him.
I'm playing Pathfinder.
And when he was supposed to die, his body like caught fire, this demonic hellfire, and body just was brought back to life, and suddenly his voice was changed. He was no longer a man. He was just this demonic entity. And he was about to open a gate behind him, a demonic portal that whatever came out of there was not good. What happened, however, was that he when the gate opened, the demon portal opened, and a demon lord came out. What happened was not him helping the Shogun; it's him reprimanding him. Basically, it's like, you have abused your power too much. Like, you've used us too much, and you gave us nothing in return. Not good. So he grabbed the Shogun and went back in the portal with him. Whatever happened there, Lord knows. And that's where we're going to start tonight. I know that we finished a bit later last session, but like, I'd rather we start like at the end of the fight and like get the role-playing practice warm-up, started. During this month, Kumo wrote a small scene, like a reimagined scene of what happened when Zaya attacked the Shogun, essentially killing him, and I really liked it. It's like a fun character moment where time freezes and she has time to confront the Shogun. Kind of like if you've ever played the Assassin's Creed games, when you're about to kill an important figure, there's that time freeze where the two talk to each other. And so here's what he wrote, and I added in my own little blurb. The Shogun will respond to what Zaya is saying, and that's my part. We're all good so far?
Yep.
That has been the recap of the last year. Maybe not, but the last few sessions. Or 2 sessions, whatever. Okay, so the Shogun's about to die. Kireji has him in a strangle. Emma and Amethyst are busy killing the 2 demons on their own. And so was Zaya. Read text. As Kireji got the Shogun into a hold and looked to Zaya, telling her to strike him down, that is when time seemed to have slowed down, even stopped. The cherry blossoms whose petals were falling were suddenly suspended in midair. The grass did not spring back up when someone stepped, and the sound and feel of the wind stopped. The sounds of the world faded, leaving the area in an eerie silence. Zaya stood there with her eyes closed for a moment, and then slowly started to advance on Kireji and the Shogun. Zaya approached with her eyes closed, walking ever so slowly, but confidently, in the direction she was going. Zaya's rose birthmarks on her hand began to glow and even bloom. Rose petals started falling from the sky and float around Zaya. With every step she took towards the Shogun, the grassy field turned into a bloody street. Those who were close enough could smell the slight fragrance of roses with a mixture of blood. Celestial wings of light suddenly appeared on Zaya's back, for all to see. The wingspan stretched out beyond her arms and shining ever so brightly. Zaya stopped right in front of the Shogun and opened her eyes. She was glowing with a white, pure light, and her eyes the same. Standing before the pinned Shogun, Zaya appeared to be an angel. And then she spoke. Her voice was still there, but it was combined with an unheard voice, a voice you've never heard of before. Kumo, you want to say something?
I am Zaya Atale. Hold on.
Muted?
Yeah. I am Zaya Atale, champion of Milani. You shall answer for your crimes against the people of this land. I have seen firsthand the way you have treated not only your superiors and subordinates, but also the common folk in Kaiming. Your very actions scream treason against Kaiming, against its rulers, but most of all, against all those living on this earth. Your greed for power has blinded and corrupted you. What say you?
As Zaya was speaking, a divine power seemed to engulf her, and her morning star began to radiate light. Kumo?
With Empress, I forgot her name. I put her.
The Empress.
With the Empress, the hand of Celestia, and Milani as my witness. For crimes against the Empress, the people of this land, and all of those living on this earth, Milani finds you guilty of your sins. Your punishment is death by my hand. Do you have any last words?
And I'll take it from here. So this is my part that Kumo never heard of before. The Shogun lets out a slight chuckle. His voice is distorted by the pain and the demonic energy surrounding him. Common, arrogant foreigner. There are dozens of other deities who would reward me for my action, and dozens more who would condemn you to death for your sins. What makes your God's justice righter than others? Foolish girl. You condemn others to death for reasons only you believe in. And what does that make you? He smiles, just like me. Zaya staggered for a slight moment at his words, but regained focus immediately and without a second thought. Zaya's voices rang throughout the field. In Milani's name, I smite thee for all your evil deeds. As Zaya strikes the Shogun's head with her morning star, there was a sudden crack, like thunder, and then a sudden shockwave expands out from Kireji, Zaya, and the Shogun. Kireji's grip slips as he tries to hold onto the Shogun and keep him pinned. Zaya brings her morning star back up and slams it back down onto the Shogun's shoulder. Another crack, another shockwave. Kireji loses his grip completely on the Shogun and is tossed to the ground. Due to this, the Shogun is slightly pushed back, and Zaya's third strike smashes the ground with a dull thud. The body of the Shogun then slumped over onto the ground, and time started flowing again. Zaya had returned to her normal self. The rose petals, the bloody street, the wings, all gone. And that is when the demonic fire will reappear on the Shogun's body. The body will lift up, the demonic laughter, the gate opens, the demon lord grabs the Shogun, takes him out, and brings him back in the portal. And that is how that encounter finished. Was with Zaya's final strike and a demon who grabbed him.
I hope you guys like that reimagining of the battle.
Yep.
Because that explains how when we level up, that explains how she retained some of the radiant power. That was she has Smite Evil now, so
Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
And then-
beautiful reason as to why she now is Smite Evil.
and she has been blessed with some knowledge of how to create magic items now.
And so
Magic items.
And so, when the demon grabbed the Shogun, took him away, the gate closed. It was as though time was still for everyone. Nothing moved. No one was doing anything other than breathing heavily. The fight was over, and yet, like, nobody knew what was going on. Amethyst and Emma quickly rejoined the group as Kireji and Zaya were there together. They shared a look together, and the fight was over. Zaya, do you have any thought or reflection or just reaction to that whole scene of what just happened?
She spits in the direction of where he was taken. And she doesn't really say anything. She just...
Okay. And so the four people now reunite together, now safe from harm. The next thing that happens is Zaya looks around her, sees her teammates, and suddenly asks, does anyone need healing?
Yep.
Classic Zaya.
Just a little bit.
All right.
I'll be honest, I don't remember. Because I think we already did the healing after.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, whoever needs heals.
Whoever needs it.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Emma chimes in. Oh yeah. I
So
would like some
2d8. Wait,
Yeah, so
what's a critical success? DC
Yeah, well,
actually, so that's critical success. So 48.
right. Normally we all already healed up, stuff like that. And so right now it seems that it's only you four plus the Empress who are here in this field in front of the temple. Again, eerie silence as nobody else seems to be there. What happens then is that further from the near the mouth of the field, the portal opens up again, and the necromancer elf Fellerin shows up and makes his way towards you all. The one that you guys had tied up and left with Anju.
Oh yeah,
Sorry.
I remember that because we both were like, where's the guard?
Yeah, why are you here? What happened?
Yep.
He will state the same thing. Don't worry, he's fine. He let me go. What's more important now is that you, he points to Amethyst, you need to come with me. He he doesn't even bother to like talk with you guys or say, "Hey, grats on defeating the Shogun." Like something's on his mind right now. He's a man with a mission, and so he, not even done talking, finishing his sentence, he walks up towards the temple stairs, while pointing at Amethyst. Please follow me. Do you follow him?
Oh, I thought we were still going off of story time of what happened last time. Yeah, she called.
Kind of yes, kind of no. We're getting back into things.
Okay.
Uh,
Because if you're expecting a better version from me of what happened last time, I don't think you're gonna
not
get
necessarily
it.
a better one, just a rehearsal, a redo, just to get us back into the flow of the emotions, right?
Yeah.
Fellerin asks you when you get near the temple door, do you have any idea why the Shogun and me were both unable to open this temple door?
No, I don't know.
I discovered here on Kainang that these temples were sealed with a most powerful magic, preventing all to open these doors, except for a small chosen few. He extends his hand towards the door, looking at you, inviting you to approach the door and touch it. On the door, on the large marble doors, is etched the family crest of Nora. I have it right here. Do I? Yeah, right here. He's gone.
He was just watching. He's like, hey, get out of here.
He had popcorn. Sweet. What's going on? And Amethyst hesitantly and not really knowing what's going on, steps forward and places herself in front of the door and extends her hand. And similarly to what happened in the temple beside Celestra, and similarly to what happened when Zaya had the Great Melody and was about to attack Amethyst, a bright flash of light bursts from Amethyst forward towards the door, and the symbol of Nora right there shimmers as it extends from her being, and then the light fades and all is back to normal. And a few seconds later, the sound of stone grinding on stone appears, and a large boom resonates as the large temple doors begin to open and begin to open completely. Once the door is open, they lock into place with another thud, and Fellerin just looks and nods. Exactly what I thought.
I guess there is something to this.
What's your reaction, Amethyst?
She's a bit shocked. Doesn't understand what it means exactly.
If what he's saying is true, then maybe you might want to consider the possibility that
What I discovered on this island is that these temples are sealed and will only respond to those who bear the crest of Nora herself. In other words, these doors will only open to Nora and her family. He looks at Amethyst with, like, knowing eyes.
Family? That can't be right.
It's the only explanation that I found. And the only reason why you could open, why you guys were able to open the last temple's doors, but I could not. And now, with what I learned here, I had to see it with my own eyes. And this confirms. And he extends a hand towards the open temple. Shall we? He's the first to walk in.
Lucy, you got some explaining to do.
I'm just kind of keeping close to Amethyst while this is going on.
Okay. Zaya, you notice that while you were able to heal everybody, Emma still appears to be weak. She's breathing heavily. She's not so stable on her feet. Even though you did heal her, she tells the group that the what happened to her when she was sent away by the dragon must have impacted her whole body, and so like her body is getting used to what changed. She promises that she'll tell you all what happened as soon as she feels better. Just she needs some time to rest. So she'll walk in the temple with you guys, but like she'll quickly lead on to one of the walls by the side and stay there to catch a breath and recuperate. The temple inside is very similar to the first one you guys met. It's circular, despite what the image on the map showed you. It's circular, one room, nothing else. That's the best image I found, but there's no statues or surrounding. That's just the best one I found. It's a very simple place. The floor is polished to a sheen where you can almost see yourself on the floor. It is silent in here. In the center of the room, there is a pedestal, like an altar, and residing on it is a breastplate. I know I said helmet last time, but changing it to a breastplate that looks. Just the shape of it screams evil, like just mean, but the aura that emanates from that breastplate is obscenely evil. Just dark aura, malicious aura emanates from it. But from 4 different points in this temple, golden chains from the walls extend to the breastplate, chaining it together. So the breastplate is slightly levitating from the altar, but that's because it's chained and bound with these 4 golden chains. In front of this pedestal, there is a small podium. A small podium in front of it, and there's a treasure chest on the side of that altar. And on the podium resides a single envelope, a single letter with the wax seal of Nora again. Fellerin nods to this, sees it, and then looks to Amethyst. I think this is meant for you.
I'm keeping my eye on Fellerin just to make sure he doesn't try anything.
Okay. He has his arms crossed by the podium. He's expecting Amethyst to come forward and see what's this about.
Amethyst steps forward and takes the letter.
All
That
right.
should be on the
It quickly becomes apparent that it is a letter from Nora to her father, and it reads as follows. Hello, Father. It is me, Nora. I'm writing to you again. We've discovered that Norix is fueled by demonic power. He commands hosts of demons and wields their magic with terrible efficiency. His army grows daily, while ours dwindles daily. This knowledge has come at a terrible cost. My Order of Cinders is destroyed. My friends all gave their lives. No, they were robbed of their life by Norix. I am now alone. All alone. In an ever field of death and destruction. What am I hoping to accomplish here? Why did I think I could make a difference? I should have stayed with you and my baby boy. Despite all of our efforts, Norix continues to siege through the western coast. I can't imagine Easterwald being able to stop him. And then what? It will surely continue until all of Ospian is reduced to rubble. I am lost in a sea of desolation. Where do I go from here? I don't know what I'll do with of myself. But I know you all can't stay where you are. Yeah, you're safe for the time being. But what's gonna happen tomorrow? Your safety weighs too heavy on my heart. I overheard the Arc Sages mention a ritual called time stasis. A ritual from the Celestial Ones. It would place someone under a deep slumber, his body frozen in time and hidden from this world until he is reawakened. And life would then continue for him like normal. If worse comes to worse, this is what I want for my son. If Norix is to destroy Ospian, I do not want him to touch my boy. I want him to have the chance to live. Writing these words tears my heart in two. This is a terrible solution. But right now I see no other way out. I am a desperate mother. Father, please keep watch over our family. Send my absolute love to Mom and my grandparents. Right now, all I wish for in life is another chance to hold my son, Albert, in my arms once more. His life is all that is holding me together right now. Signed, Nora Thalar. Amethyst finishes reading.
Well, wow. Things are pretty dire then.
Fellerin says nothing. He simply has his eyes on Amethyst, waiting to see what's going to happen.
This doesn't make any sense. This can't be right.
What is it?
Amethyst kind of slumps and sits down. This doesn't make any sense. This can't be true. Albert's my father.
Fellow remarks that Nora defeated Norix in the year 358. That's over 1,000 years ago.
Wow, that's impossible, isn't it? What does that mean?
I don't know. I need a moment.
Yeah, no kidding.
While Amethyst retreats to someplace by herself, she passes by the Empress, who simply places a hand on her shoulder and nods sympathetically and lets her go.
Before she goes, I just say, if you need any of us, we're here for you. You know that.
Okay.
She nods to him.
So things were about as dire as I've heard. I just didn't think it was that bad. Sounded like a compromised victory in a way.
Seems that Fellow says seems that Nora ended up being victorious in the end, but at
Not-
what cost?
Yeah.
It sounds like if this Albert is the same Albert as her father, then maybe the time stasis that she talks about in the letter, he undergone that at some point.
Can't say I ever heard of this ritual before. I never thought it'd be possible. Teleportation, easy. Momentary time, time shifts, possible, but for 1,000 years, frozen in time for 1,000 years, that sounds beyond any magic that Ospian can provide. Perhaps more was lost. The war, the Sapphire War against the Celestial Ones, made us lose more than we thought.
I wouldn't doubt it. There's a lot of history that we've lost.
During this time, the Empress is looking around the temple in admiration. She says that despite her status, despite the wealth of knowledge that is given to her by being the Empress, this is something that was completely hidden from her. She had never heard of this Temple of Nora. Sure, she had heard about the war in Norix, but these temples, this armor, this situation, never.
So would you say that the other emperors were also unaware of this, or do you think that they made sure that you didn't know that it existed?
The transfer of power here in Kaineng is done by the four spirits, and at the same time, uh, uh, the previous emperor, if possible, transfers his knowledge as well. Normally, everything is archived and written.
So you're saying this?
In no archives of mine that I had access to, this was mentioned. Perhaps the great dragon Kunavang knows more of this.
From
He
what I
is
know,
more ancient than anyone.
there must be a reason why he didn't want anyone to know that.
Zaya
I mean,
places the bracers on top on the pedestal. She doesn't want to touch him anymore. The bracers that the person was wearing.
Yeah, so at the gauntlets, yeah, you
Yes.
had grabbed those in the bag, right?
I wrapped them in cloth and stuff, so I
Yeah,
didn't
okay,
have
good,
to
yeah.
directly touch them.
Right, yeah, sorry.
hey, gauntlets, you say, and then Kireji puts them on.
Hey! What do these do?
I'm back.
And when you place them down, that's when you notice the chest is there too.
Nobody's opened the chest yet.
We should wait for Amethyst before we open this.
You see Fellerin is there, rotating a imaginary ball in his hand, like just pondering. His face is, in deep thought. He's deep thought, but also like annoyed a bit.
Something troubling you, Fellerin?
Zaya just
Quite.
looks at Fellerin flat faced.
So he will move towards Amethyst. Yeah, so he'll head towards Amethyst, and he will lower himself to her eye level. And yeah, BF.
I've made sure to follow him because
Okay.
I want to make sure nothing happens.
She doesn't trust him.
All right, little demon slayer. You made a good point when you talked about my wife last time at the temple. You convinced me that what I was doing she would not approve of. That troubled my mind, and so I reluctantly agreed, and I took a step back. I decided to help you guys for now. I decided to give you the benefit of the doubt. Perhaps you were right. Perhaps you had a better idea than I did. And so, now that we all know now that we all know this beautiful, wonderful secret of yours, that you are granddaughter or great granddaughter or who knows how long, you're related to the demon slayer Thenora. I've decided that, okay, I'll let you. I'll step down from my projects. I'll stop chasing after the temples and trying to wrest the demons in my control. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. However, the next time we meet, you better hope that you have a plan, an idea to save my wife. If you do not, when next we meet, you can be sure that I will return. I will resume my project, and I will go about this my way. For now, I'll let you discover your new powers and see what you can do. But know this. Uh, I will stop working. I will stop my project. But know this. The suffering soul of my wife is now in your hand. The weight is now on your shoulders. Good luck, little demon slayer. He'll stand up and take a look at the breastplate, at the chest piece, and gaze at it for a short moment, and then shake his head. And
Cameron, I told you before, I'll do what I can. Whatever's in my power to save your wife.
he will look at you and say, "Let us hope, for both our sakes, that your birthright is a strong one." And following that, Fellurin will leave the temple with a mixture of many emotions: sadness, regret, annoyance, anger, who knows, just a whole mixture of thoughts and emotions. And he leaves the scene. Now it is you four plus the Empress.
I see he still hasn't exactly given up on his ambitions. I can't say I blame him, though.
I'm not sure if this temple's going to be able to get sealed again. We weren't able to seal the last temple.
Amethyst gets up and walks back over to the rest of the group. Big day, huh?
Just a little bit, but
We started the day by with the demons at the fissure. Big day in 5 sessions or something like that. Sorry, go ahead.
the earth opened up, the heavens opened up, and we got to see a big dragon that I only thought existed in legends around this part of the world. And now we find out this stuff. Yeah, it's been a pretty big day.
Zed points towards the chest, and did you wanna check the contents in there?
All right, Zaya, you can open the box.
Yes, finally.
No, I was allowing her to.
Well, let's see what's in it, I guess. Are you
That-
alright, Amethyst?
I'm fine. I just I have a lot of questions for someone.
I'd imagine you would.
I imagine that is a lot of questions to ask.
Hey, Dad, first of all, what the F, dude?
Zaya
Yeah.
opened the box.
All right, the chest, the content of the treasure is quite humble, but also quite meaningful. So there are 4 things in the chest, all pretty small things. The first thing you see is the blue crystal that you also encountered back in the underground of Celestra, the one that triggered the hologram, the no hologram. A similar crystal resides in there. You also notice a single cherry blossom petal that seems to be pristine, in perfect condition. You see a wood plank in there, a unique looking wood plank that has a blue hue to it,
Hmm.
and you also see a hair accessory that looks just like this. I'll show it to you in the Pathfinder Discord chat. Boop, that looks just like that. And accom- accompanying those items, there are small notes that are attached to each of those items. In and it appears to be Nora's handwriting. She's talking about items that she found during her time in Kaineng. Next to the cherry blossom, she says, she writes, an everlasting cherry blossom petal enchanted by the weavers of the Kimster family in a palace city. Next to the wood plank, she writes, a plank of songwood, a long lost type of wood from Kaineng that eventually died out following the Sapphire War. This is presumably one of the last ones, especially today. And finally, the hair clip was given to her by the family she stayed with during her time in Kaineng. It seems to be more sentimental things that she cherished more than, loot.
Oh, it's pretty. I want it. I want it. I want it. She goes over and grabs the little hair clip thing.
I kind of figured you'd enjoy that.
It was your grandma's after all. I mean, what?
Eh,
In a way,
Yeah.
maybe.
I'm gonna pick up the pedal.
Okay.
I'm just
Yeah.
gonna...
It seems it is unblemished, just untouched, perfect condition. No matter how dirty your hands are, how bloody your hands are, that pedal just stays in perfect condition. Uh, uh, it has a very faint magical aura to it.
Do I recognize it compared to like other cherry blossom?
I mean, it's a cherry blossom pedal. Uh, uh, the pedal itself has no physical distinctions from any other one that you would find on the ground in this season. It's the most beautiful one you've ever seen, the most perfect one you've ever seen,
My
and
precious.
it's been that way for the last Lord knows how many years.
This pedal doesn't seem to. Seems like most other blossoms I've seen, but looks perfect. I can't describe it.
It seems it's untouched by time.
I wonder if this has some sort of blessing on it. Perhaps from Nora herself, given that this might have been in her possession. Would you want to have a look at it, Amethyst?
Sure.
I'm certain you would know if there was anything to it.
Was there a? You said there was a plank of wood with a blue hue.
Yes.
Does
Yes.
that have a note attached to it as well?
Yes. The note says that this is a plank of songwood, a type of wood, a magical type of wood that following the Sapphire War died out in Kaineng, and
Okay.
as of today, there were no more. It doesn't exist anymore. So that may very well be the last, the final one.
Okay, my crafting. Have I heard of something of this wood before?
You know that in past years, long past years, the continent of Kaineng forged weapons and armor made by a very special material that no other country was able to replicate, and that material granted the equipment with special properties that were not found in any other country's equipment. And when you pick it up to analyze it, the Empress sees that, and she mentions that she learned in the archives that only a special type of craftsman here in Kaineng was able to weave and sing enchantments into the wood while it was being crafted, while it was being treated and used to forge equipments. The people, or those special crafters, were able to sing enchantments into them, thus giving it the unique properties. And she finishes by saying that that art of singing enchantments into the magic is, as far as she's aware, it's nobody used that anymore because songwood is gone from Kaineng. So there's no other material that would allow that kind of special enchantment to be granted on it. So if there is a singer, a magic singer still here today who knows of this, she is not aware. But but she says that if one exists, that could probably have something be made out of it.
I think Avar talked about this, or somebody that might be able to do this.
Really?
Avar.
He was in the palace. He mentioned the palace something. Near the palace. A woodworker. I was asking about a man making me a staff.
Oh. I see.
I asked him if he had any special tree wood or anything. He said no, and but to ask for a special woodworker.
It looks like we got some wood here to make you a special staff now.
Oh, if we can find him, that'd be amazing. Kireji, let me look at that pedal now.
Okay. I carefully just hand it into her hand.
I'm a little hesitant to do this, but she moves her hands in the motion that she does when she is.
She's gonna barf all over the place.
Just reading the aura of it.
Why do you think I would do that, Kumo? That's okay. I've read order. So it definitely is magical, and the school of it is. Wait a minute, I had it. I believe it's transmutation or Oh, what was con again? Conjuration. It is transmutation.
Alrighty. Makes sense.
So what does that mean?
That means they transformed it.
Oh. So it's a pedal, but not exactly?
Well, yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Well, yes, but actually no.
Yeah, it's true.
It's a pedal, but not exactly.
What else is in this chest?
The rose petal, the hair clip, the wood, and the blue crystal that you recognize all too well.
I immediately pat my chest to make sure I'm still me.
I'm curious about this this hair clip. Just gonna cast read aura on the hair accessory.
You read nothing. The hair clip is not magical.
Honestly, I think I'm more impressed. It's kind of craftsmanship to sit in a box for who knows how many centuries.
Yeah.
Still smells nice too.
Well, perhaps you should hang on to the pedal for now.
I don't know if I'm the best person to hold on to your flowers, Kireji. You saw what happened with the last one you gave me.
So with this hair, Brett, do I pick up any of the crafting? What's the word I'm looking for? How old the crafting is, and
the hair clip itself doesn't scream, doesn't evoke to you. What I'm trying to say is that
what?
This could easily be made today. Also,
I guess.
Nothing about it screams like this is ancient. This is, a long lost accessory or technique. It's as far as you can tell, a jewelry maker made this hair clip in kind fashion. No special intricacies, no magical designs. It's just seemingly an ordinary hair clip that you would find at any store of that sort.
There doesn't appear to be anything missing from it. It's just nothing's broken off.
That's right.
Okay.
So, what about this rock, huh? Before anybody touches it, let me brace myself, please.
Of course.
We ready for this?
I think so.
Zaya touches
I love how you all remember exactly what happened last time.
Yes.
I love it.
Zaya touches the blue stone.
A lovely soft hum emanates from the crystal as it begins to float in place and slowly begin to spin around itself. No shockwave, no magical blast, just a lovely little bing. Yes, the rock begins spinning slightly faster, and from it emerges a hologram, as you all know. I just gotta. 1 second. Okay, cool. Yes, so the hologram appears, and it is a hologram of Nora. Have her right here. Boom. She's there in her ceremonial armor with her weapon strapped on her back. She appears to be serene and serious. And she begins to speak the pre-recorded message that we will read alongside her. My name is Noah Thalar. This is the year 308 post-Arcanus era. The war against Norix the Desecrator has come to an end, and his soul has been banished. Ospian has been ravaged by his passage. Kainang is a land rich with powerful and ancient magic, guarded by the Great Dragon and the Celestial One. I felt it appropriate to hide a piece of Norix's armor here, where none would find it easily. Kunavang agreed. Following the war, many scholars studied Norix's armor to find answers. I know not what has been lost to history and what remains. What we first thought to be a plague sent by Norix, the Grey Malady, we now know it to be a curse beset by the demons. The Grey Malady is, actually, a seed. A seed that can lay dormant for as long as needed, until the demons trigger it. It then unleashes instantly and takes hold of the person's body and mind, transforming it into an abomination bent on destruction. This was how Norix was able to conquer so much land, by taking our soldiers and turning them against us, with the powers the demon lords granted him. It is still unknown how Norix came to wield the strength of those demons so readily. What we know of the plane of Abyss is that they don't offer power willingly without something in return. What did Norix do? This question still haunts us. Nonetheless, Norix is now slain. I am currently scattering his unholy armor across the world. I am personally seeing to this. The Archsages still have no answer as to how to properly rid ourselves of this armor. The best I can do now is to make sure they are not used against us. Again. Magic is not eternal. My wards may not last forever. I pray that when my protections fail, humanity will have found a way to destroy this armor once and for all. As long as they exist, the Abyss has a foothold on Ospian. To you who bears my crest, you who shares my blood, I urge you to seek out my temples, destroy the darkness from within. The power of demons is strong, but they fear the blood of the demon slayer. I am sorry to burden you with such a task. It is hard for me to have went from such a high success in killing Norix to such a low failure with the aftermath. I pray you understand, and may you have better success than I did. Surround yourself with good allies. Life is meant to be shared. May the Four Spirits guard and guide your steps. The hologram then ends, fades out, the crystal stops spinning, and will drop to the floor or someone's hand if it was under it. The Empress will simply utter under her breath, "I never knew. All this time, such power was here on this island. Indeed, the great dragon knew of this. I'm sure he had his reasons to hide it from me, from us.
I don't think there was anything malicious behind it, at the very least, judging from having seen him. And I mean, what would have happened if they had pried into your mind with that knowledge in there?
That would have been a bad burden of knowledge indeed. One that I couldn't do anything about.
So, I bet he did that with everyone's safety in mind.
You are right.
Well, I can see why the demons have taken a certain interest in Kaining now. They wanted to get their hands on whatever was in here. And God knows where else they might be.
I'm sure that the Shogun would have eventually succeeded in breaking down Temple. She said that her wards may not last forever. Probably haven't.
That is also very worrying.
Mm-hmm. I'm afraid to leave any pieces anywhere without protection.
Exactly.
What do you recommend we do?
It says
Empress Elephant. We know each other somewhat. We've traveled for about a week together, right? We're starting to be friends, right?
Yes, I shared part of the journey in your pockets. We are as close as can be. She chuckles.
I hate to ask such a large request of you so early, and I know this surely won't be easy or simple, but I ask for your aid in this matter. We are at this very moment creating well, it was to be a settlement initially, but I fear what it must become is a bastion against the abyss.
Well said. Sorry.
No, we would be honored if you would vouch your support to us. And we would also be indebted to you. Because as it stands right now, all we have is
Fjord and Finn.
all we have is some ruins. What we need is defenses. Right now, one of these very armor pieces sits there with an impressive but still fallible enchantment is the only thing keeping one of these pieces. And when we get back 3 of these pieces from the abyss and the demons, that's all. And 2 children, a dwarf, and some craftsmen. 2 dogs.
And the head of agriculture.
And Gus.
Oh, Gus. Sorry.
To put it bluntly, we are in dire straits for what is being asked of us.
We're only just starting out, really.
I know and I understand this will likely be a political nightmare for you with having to deal with the Duke of Eastwall, but I ask of you, please. I will do what I can to ease the processes, please. I'm begging you. As whatever it is that I am and am expected to be, please help us.
And if the Duke of Eastwell decides to cause any fuss, I'll be sure to pop by and give him a visit.
We'll shake hands.
Very gently.
I think the Duke will entertain our plea.
I worry of getting the Duke too involved. You read what happened. Well, what I guess my grandmother wrote in the notes is that the demons, this great malady, it lays dormant in people. And I'm not saying they've gotten to the Duke, but the Duke has advisors. He has people under him.
Yeah.
If they catch word of this, that we have this secret project, if this gets out at all in Eastwall, and any of these people are under the gray malady, it's likely that they will know and they will come after us. Right now, secrecy is our best bet.
Everyone looks at Zaya. I'm sorry. I can't help it. Please
Mhm.
continue. Go ahead. I have to shut up.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on this, everyone?
Whatever help we can get is it's instrumental at this point. I mean, we're still just a fledgling city, like you said. So, at the same time, if this Duke of Eastwell could be compromised, then we don't want to let him know too much about what we're doing.
I'm not worried so much of the Duke himself, but his advisors and those
too.
he's in contact with. The more people know about something, the faster it spreads.
Well, here's the thing. You're saying you want to take these two armor pieces back to Celestia with our armor piece. I'm not sure if that would be a wise idea.
The thing I'm concerned about is that if we do that, there'll be people or things coming after us for it.
I mean, why not just, if all possible, leave it in the hands of the Empress here to protect with as many enchantments that she can muster and have, be on close contact if anything goes awry.
Given the turmoil with the demons now abated for now, that could be a thing, although I still don't trust the Ravenhearts whatsoever. I feel like they have intentions for it as well.
I don't feel comfortable leaving them over here across the sea. Forgive me, Your Highness, but you, Mr. Garou and his small clan are the only people of Kaining I would put any trust in for this matter. I know you're not in a fantastic position yourself right now, which is why it pains me to ask so much. I just... The difficulty here is if we leave it here, it's across the sea. And there are no enchantments preventing it from being detected at all. Or from being found. I don't know. I don't know what to do.
Is there any way to somehow conceal the aura of this item? Because if we were to take this with us, like I said, we may
Dude.
become targets.
It's not may. We will become targets.
But if we were able to somehow find a way to conceal its aura, then maybe that would protect us. And by extension, the item we're carrying. Of course, I know next to nothing about such things, but maybe it's somewhere to start.
There's a kind of box that I read about a really long time ago.
A box that would block artifact.
Yes,
Level.
but they're rare and we don't have one. Point being, right now, the enchantment's gone. The protective wards... You remember what happened last time. The second the protective wards were down, they knew it was here. The demons already know that the armor is here.
Yeah.
They were literally outside, trying to bash the doors down. We can't leave the items here. That's my point. They know that there's one, possibly two here right now, in this temple. I mean, I'd be all for just, let's find somebody else, throw this at them, this is their problem now. But no, this is, for some
Did you guys hear that?
reason, has been appointed to us. I think we have to deal with this. We have to find a way. I mean, who else is going to?
Now that we are aware of what's at stake. Even if...
I think we might be past the point of secrecy.
Yeah.
Which is why, Your Empress, I asked that I think Celestra may have to become a bastion. I don't know. See, I don't know. I don't know how detectable these are, but I know that they know that they're here right now.
Thanks, Kumo. Oh yeah, Lumi. When she feels that you're done talking, and the others have nothing to add, she will stride towards you, Amethyst. She will also lower herself to your level, eyesight, but not the same way Fellerin did. He did it more in a, not mocking, but not nice either. It's like, just a...
It's like, well, I guess I'll get down to your level.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. Just not in a respectful way, but she does it with such grace. Like she just bends both her knees together, places her hands on her knees, and just lowers herself very gently.
As she's doing this, Amethyst clicks her heels together and levitates upwards.
Oh.
To the Empress's eye.
Oh. Well, okay then. She stands up.
Trust me, she's taller than she looks.
You don't know how high her heels are. Underneath that dress.
You're not actually hovering. It's actually like the platforms of the boots just rise up.
It's just transparent plastic.
There you go. It's an amiibo stand, you know.
Yeah.
The Empress will speak and will tell you. During the Sapphire War, the people of Aspian came to our land, came to our shores, with the intention to destroy all the dragons that lived here out of hatred, fear, rage, out of all that. And in doing so, they destroyed much of our land and our people. Following that, we decided to isolate ourselves, to not allow any strangers to our shores again, in fear of this massacre happening again. And so, a few hundred years later, when the warlord Norix began his conquest in Central Aspian, the king at the time sent a message to the entire world, every continent, pleading for help, pleading for assistance. It's written that the emperor at the time received that letter, laughed, and tore it apart. He wanted nothing to do with the foreigners of the time, because we still remembered what they did to us, not 500 years before that. We were, I suppose, divinely lucky that Norix was stopped before he attacked us. We would not have been able, probably not have been able to stop him. Who knows? But my point is, the first time the world was being assaulted by this darkness, we refused to do anything about it. And now, here we are, 1,000 years later, on the verge of what seems to be history rewriting the same chapter in front of us. And it is me who is at the helm of this country.
It's not an enviable position to be in.
I have not forgotten what happened during the Sapphire War, but I also know that not everyone outside of Kaineng are evil. We here in Kaineng have lived peacefully among the dragons for so long before the tragedy. And following that, we just assumed that the entire world now shared a hatred for these creatures and anyone who likely resembles them. And yet here I am, faced with the facts that there are still some out there who not only are not against, but also are for. And you all came here on this land wanting to help, wanting to solve this problem. What else could I do than give my entire support to them? You all managed. I've been with you from the start since you came here. I've seen what you went through. I saw you with the unicorn. I saw you at temple. I saw everything. And I have no doubt in my heart when I say that you four are pure of heart, and I do believe you all speak the absolute truth. And if I were to stand here and do nothing, I don't think we will be as lucky as we were last time.
Certainly doesn't hurt to plan ahead now that things are trending the way they are.
Amethyst, I do not know what, just how much I will be able to uh, uh, tangibly help, but I want you to know that as of today, my sole, my main purpose now is to, as Empress here, is to do everything in my power to help you four. I've witnessed firsthand a taste of what this power entails, and I fear that if I do nothing, our land will be broken beyond redemption.
At those words, Amethyst floats down, steps forward, and gives the Empress a hug. Thank you.
I'm just kind of got this smirk on my face,
Thank
kind of
you so much.
amused.
For such a small group, you carry, for such a small group, your hearts encompass so much. I can't believe that you four got tangled in this mess. But I, uh, I want you to know that you four do not walk alone. You have allies here in Kaineng. She, she responds to Amethyst's hug and hugs her also. I knew, I had read of Nora's bravery, of her triumph, of her, you know, of her prowess, and I never, you know, uh, I was unable to, I am unable to distinguish what is written fiction and what is truth. Uh, History often embellishes heroes. But looking at you, she says to Amethyst, I'm beginning to understand. Perhaps the tales of heroic deeds of Nora may not have been exaggerated. What you've done today reminds me of those stories. She stands up and looks at you four, says, truly, you have my thanks, and the thanks of all of Kaineng. I think it's time that we return to the palace. There is much to do.
Of course.
There's much to discuss as well.
I'm sure that some of my fellow members from the temple would also like to have a word as well.
Shall we leave these armor pieces here with guard and...
We can't leave them here.
We
We
can't.
know it's here. This is the first
Can-
place to look in Kaining.
Are they able to go in the bag of holding?
I'm not mixing powerful
No,
magic.
no,
like
I'm
that.
not. Me either. Me either.
The Empress will ask, perhaps you'll be able to reclose the door behind you once we're out.
Right.
Will that work?
Totally know if that's a thing or if I can do that. Yeah.
It's like having the only key for that
I don't
door.
know if this is like a lock or like the wax seal on a letter.
Doesn't hurt to try.
Uh,
So I leave the gauntlet there and usher everybody out.
Need I remind everyone, Valoran was able to break into one of these places. So, it's not infallible.
No, it is not.
Okay.
If you can't close it back, then we'll think of something.
Okay. I guess let's go.
You all start walking towards the exit when suddenly
Oh God.
Rip.
the temple doors at the exit suddenly are the entrance to at the outside suddenly gets blocked by a shining blue magical wall that suddenly appears right in front of the exit. A blue wall, a opaque wall that you can't see on the other side. It appears, and you can see it like shimmer and wave.
This didn't happen before.
No, it didn't.
A few moments later, you all hear a voice, and it is a male voice that sounds distorted. A male voice that sounds as though it's being altered some way. Coming from the other side of the wall. The Shogun is dead. His demons have been banished. The Imperial Guards that have not turned are back to normal. And the Empress is back with us. Kireji'Garou and Amethyst, you recognize that voice to be the same one from the Raven Lord.
Okay.
However, this is only temporary. We are still defenseless. It is only a matter of time before the next attack. He pauses for a brief moment before continuing. Kaining will always be in danger as long as our sacred artifact, the Eye of Nanthis, is not in its place. The very eye that was stolen by Kireji and his family. Your Highness, surely you understand the severity of the situation. At that, the Empress will recoil in shock, in utter disbelief, just and she tries to find words to say, like one that I and she just looks at you, Kireji, just very, very confused.
Just outside of the game, is she aware that I have that artifact, or
No.
Oh, okay.
Was she not with us when the big revelation happened?
Yeah,
She was.
That is a good point. She was sleeping.
Okay.
She was having a cat nap. Cat nap, okay? DM plot hole fixed.
You say steal. This was thrust on me. Unwittingly, I didn't ask for this. And for you to blame my family when all they care about is to protect Kaining themselves. I have no words for you.
At that, the Empress looks at you just shocked. Like, wait, what? The Raven Lord speaks true? What? Why are you not laughing at his claim? Like, wait. She looks at you in disbelief again.
I look at her and I say, well, we did say no more secrets. And I attempt to, I guess, try to open my eyes as much as I can.
The Empress.
This is what he speaks of.
The Empress stares at you and just squints her eyes and is like, wait. That scar. It couldn't be. It can't be.
What do you know of this item? Like I said, I was ambushed by the Ravenhearts. Me and my family. The Ravenhearts are responsible for their deaths, and would have mine if it were not for my master.
The Raven Lord on the other side begins to speak. As you know, Empress, the Eye of Nanthis was created with the power of the four spirits, forged by the noble sacrifice of Emperor Nanthis himself many, many years ago. He gave his life to protect, to ward our beautiful country, thus creating the Eye of Nanthis, our most sacred artifact. And it has been in the palace, in its place, for countless generations, and we have benefited from its protection all these years. Not 10 years ago, this was stolen, taken from us. And what happened right after? Our beautiful Kaining was attacked and was assaulted by these demons. Not only that, but corrupted one of the men of highest power, the Shogun. Now he is dead. That is good. You are safe. That is good. But I wonder just how long will this peace last? I repeat, as long as the Eye is not in its place, Kaining is not defended. Someone else will be corrupted by the power. It's only a matter of time.
Corrupted? What do you mean?
the Shogun desired power, and this demonic force granted him power and so much more. And once given power, man will not stop to crave more. And we've just witnessed what happened when power is left unchecked. Your Highness, I repeat, it is him and his family who have overseen the theft of our artifact. I have no idea how it happened. But what I do know is that the eye is missing. No one knows where it is. However, that man, Kireji right there, he was there. And I know that he has answers. By the way, he didn't hear you speak to the Empress about here it is, you know.
Okay.
So as far as you know, he doesn't know where it is. By the way.
Okay.
And so he continues. No one knows where it is, but he was there the day of the theft.
Of course it
We
was.
we
You almost
only
killed us.
did what was right for our land. Our most sacred treasure was stolen. We brought those criminals to what they deserved. And
Wait a minute.
Kireji here was there. He's an accomplice, and I'm sure he knows something. And so I ask only this. For the sake of your beautiful country, where is the eye? And you feel as though he talks to you, Kireji, even though you guys can't see each other.
Zaya stops. What if the Amethyst helped protect the armor pieces? Is it powerful enough to do that? You said this artifact helped protect a country for hundreds of years. Can it not? I turn to the Empress. Is it not capable of doing?
It seems as though for as long as the eye was there, I mean, I just now discovered that this temple was here on my island, and it housed such demonic power. I never knew that. And I guess that means since I was never made aware of it, it must have worked. I mean, uh, if this temple would have started acting up, then surely I would have been made aware of it some sooner or later. And yet, for as long as I've been here, and for all the archives that I've read about past emperors, no one has ever mentioned this. So, you ask me if our eye is able to ward off this influence, I want to say yes. But the eye is gone now. She looks like Kireji. The eye is gone or unusable. I am very confused. He does speak truth, however. The eye was made by the sacrifice of Emperor Amethyst and the four spirits. So it is truly an artifact of absolute power. I cannot believe, if the eye is where you say it is, that you are still alive.
Well, the fact that I'm even alive because of what the Ravenhearts did, it's a bit of a miracle in and of itself, although I didn't see it that way at the time. I went through so much pain and agony because of what the Ravenhearts did. and you would think that would blemish my view of Kaining. But I was able to technically make a new life for myself, even if it was not the one I was hoping to have. I couldn't ask for a better family than those I studied with and fought alongside. And through that, I was able to gain an appreciation for Kaining. In fact, I love Kaining.
I open a small bubble and say that was a beautiful thing you just said. That was beautiful. But the Raven Lord will respond. I just want to say that first.
Okay.
I loved what you just said. The Raven Lord says, "Your Highness, he is an accomplice to a theft of highest order. He and his family are criminals. They have desecrated our beautiful land of Kaineng. They must be brought into justice. Surely you have no, surely you cannot refute that the eye was stolen because of his parents, that our land has been under attack by demons because of the absence of the eye. That is irrefutable. Kireji stands there as living proof that as long as he is here, answers must be given." Kireji is a criminal and must be treated as such.
I like that you call me a criminal, even though I did nothing wrong. Lumping this whatever sins my parents might have done with me. You really have no heart. One would say you're even beyond saving. I'm done speaking to you.
You were witness to this devastation, the assault by the demons on this land. You've seen what the Grey Malady is capable of. You've seen it in Ospian. You've seen it in Kaineng. You were told that it was your parents' actions who caused our land to be unprotected. You were witness to all of this. Your friends are in danger because of this. You've what's the word? You were attacked by all sorts of demonic forces. All this because the eye was stolen. And yet, still, you have the balls to tell me none of that matters. You only care about the honor of a couple dead thieves.
Because I'm not so convinced that even if this item that you're talking about is what it is, that would have prevented whatever is going on here from happening. You can't be too sure about that. Evil such as this has no discrimination as to where it goes. And surely you know that.
You are right. I cannot know with absolute guarantee that the eye's absence is what caused this demonic invasion. That much is true. Although, it's a risk I'm willing to take. For the sake of defending my land, this is the only option that is laid before me. My my heart is set, my mind is made. I have thought through this many years.
Is this
Trust me,
the
I do
Raven?
not act. Yes, yes.
Okay, I was
Trust me,
like,
I do not act on impulse. I do not act with my heart. This is simply what must be done. You must face the consequences of your parents' actions. And I'm still convinced you know something about the eye that you are not telling me. And in doing so, you share the same blame as your family. The eye is what defends Kaineng, and you are withholding it from us, making you a traitor to our land. I ask only, where is it?
As I said before, I have no words for you.
I looked
As
at
far
the
as I'm
Empress.
concerned, you're just as much of a monster as the demons that came here. Whatever
Kireji, I've already told you to stop letting your heart dictate your actions. Don't let emotions cloud your judgment. I told you this before. I imagine that
Even if I did know, I would never tell you. Knowing you, you would probably abuse it in some way.
I pledged my life to defending our fair country. That the same cannot be said to you.
By murder and blood.
By doing what I had to do to keep this land safe.
And look where it got you.
You know, I've about had it with you, Mr. Dark Man, whoever you are, bird person. I know, head of the Ravenclaws, but still.
Perhaps instead of putting your faith in such an item, perhaps you should have put faith in the people of Kaineng to be able to protect.
Thank you, Kireji. You just stole the words right from my mouth.
Maybe it's your over-reliance on such a thing that has made things soft for you. But I have nothing else to say to you.
Surely.
Next time we meet, it will be for keeps. You do know that.
Surely, young lady. You seem to come from a noble family. Surely you agree that thieves must be punished for the theft of an heirloom. I'm sure it's happened to your family. A precious item was stolen. Would you not wish to have them brought into justice? What if said item was the reason your whole family is still alive? You get the impression that she's talking to the small woman who comes from a noble family. This is all I ask, that criminals be treated justly.
You know what, Mr. Ravenclaw man? Once upon a time, I would have actually agreed with you. There was a time. But I've been shown a different way. I've been shown that people can change. Give them a second chance. If they're willing to put in the work and the effort, then they're worthy of it.
And you believe that this man has proven himself?
Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt in my mind.
He has always looked out for the good of others, especially those of his lineage.
Because guess what? While you've been gallivanting around looking for some rock and terrorizing your people, this man here has actually been out there helping them.
Sorry.
No. You're a shadow of what the Raven Hearts should have been. You don't go around protecting the people. You just enforce rules that you think should be enforced. And that's no protection at all.
I've made Kaineng what it is today. I've kept it the way it is. By my hand.
And so that's why...
so you're admitting to the blame of making it a literal hellhole filled with
Oh!
demons. Congratulations.
Stole the words right out of my mouth!
Well, wait a minute.
And not only that, taking the credit for the work of your subordinates by saying that it was your actions. What a selfish, indulgent prick you are.
I commend you. And a bunch of foreigners and a, in your eyes, criminal had to come and step forward and clean up your mess. Amazing. You truly are Lord of the Ravenclaws, Master of Messes, Bringer of Demons and Darkness.
The sins of the father does not mean they're automatically the sins of the son. He had no choice in the matter.
And that was because
And
they
thus,
took that choice away from me.
it's clear of all guilt, in my opinion.
Why then have you not sought to right the wrongs your parents did? If you knew they had stolen our only way of, our only defense, why would you do nothing about it?
He
Because he
just...
found out about it 2 days ago, okay? You may have known about this for years, Mr. Big Man, but Kireji's known for 2 days.
As far as I've known, all you've ever wanted was to shut me up. Just because I knew a little too much. The only thing I know is what your protecting really means. That's all I know.
No protection at all.
So, you have no answer to give me?
We've been... What?
First question about where's the eye?
He
So,
already answered that. He
I
said...
take it you will not tell me what you know of the eye?
He told the
If I knew
Empress
anything,
he would not tell you.
if I knew anything, I would certainly not say anything to you for the good of Kaide. But I know nothing of the sort. The only thing I know is that you took my life away from me. And I worked very hard to get some modicum of it back. And I will not let you take that again. Do what you must. But if you ever threaten me or my family on this island, and the one on Ospian, I will come for you. No matter how long it takes.
There is a pause where nobody says anything. And then the voice on the other side. Well, let's see here. Yeah, okay. Kireji, you hear a very faint click on the other side of the wall, and a small noise of clothes shuffling. And the Raven Lord speaks again. This time, however, his voice is undistorted. The distortion from his mask or whatever is gone. And at his place, you hear a woman's voice. She says, "Very well. I look forward to your next dance routine, Ichiro." And then silence.
Sure, save me. I knew it. I knew I didn't trust that woman for a reason.
I didn't trust her at all.
Who was that? Sorry.
I'm so angry. I can't think of her name. The cut the heads off the guards woman. Ah.
That was
Damn,
Zani.
this kind of storms off in a huff.
Zani is her name. Or that was her name.
The one that was with us?
Yes. It was her.
Oh, wow. Was she there when we discovered that?
No.
Okay.
No,
she wasn't.
She was getting the townspeople.
Okay.
So, as far as you guys know, she still has no idea.
Townspeople. Air quotes. She was gathering the townspeople. Wow.
Well, I mean, she did do that. I mean,
And
she honestly did do that.
Yeah.
What else did she gather, though?
Ah. All the Chaos Emeralds, probably.
Uh-huh.
Just trying to remember. I don't think I said anything about the eye to her.
No,
Nope.
did not.
Okay.
The Empress is now in a turmoil of thoughts, but she shakes her head with her hand in it, frustrated. Is like, I told you that we share an awkward relationship with the Ravenhearts.
They bow slightly to the Empress. And you must listen to our words and take heed. Kireji knew nothing about this until a few days ago.
Seems I was given a responsibility I didn't ask for. But I feel like if this is left unattended, it could have some dire consequences for Kaining. Now that we know what it is.
The Empress will simply say, I trust you fully. I believe everything you say. It's just the Raven Lord spoke truth also. I do believe that the eye is what has kept our land safe until now. Perhaps in time, this demonic force would have broken through, very true. But for what it's worth, this eye has kept us safe from outside attacks. That much is true.
Your Empress, how old is Kaining?
Some say it was the great dragon who created it. Some say he inherited it. Legends that speak of such a time so far away are void of details, and every singer has a different interpretation of those times. And the great dragon has his own secrets, it seems. But the eye itself was made after the war with Norix. Off the top of my head, I forget which years it was, but the Emperor Amethyst was truly a man who lived here after Norix's world conquest. So, just and since then, we have not. Kaining has not received an outside attack from outside forces, demonic or otherwise. I fully believe what you say, Kireji, Amethyst, Zaya. And yet, that man, or perhaps that woman, it seems, was not entirely false. I know that the eye was stolen 7 years ago, and that has brought me much troubled nights. And if what she said is true about your parents, Kireji, I mean, those are the facts. Perhaps, and I'm sure they did not know what ramifications their actions had that day. At least, I hope not. I hope they did not know what they were doing.
I don't think they did. My parents were the kindest people I've ever known. They would never do such a thing without reason.
Yet, a unmeditated crime remains. Oh, what do I do? Are you sure that you have the eye?
It took me some time to believe it, but I'm almost certain that it is indeed the Eye of Amethyst. And if we're going to work together, I had to tell you about it. Given what it is. I did not want there to be any secrets between us. I just fear that if it falls into the hands of someone like her, I don't think the protection of Kaining will be possible. It'll become even more twisted than what it is.
Seems a lot of us are in unenviable positions today, are we not?
You can see that the Empress's posture is now unregal. It kind of just like sunk, she kind of slouched a bit, like a sigh of relief of whatever. But she says, Kireji, you understand you have placed me in the most precarious of situations. As Empress of Kaineng, I am tasked with the defense, the protection of my people, and to uphold this country. When I learned of the Eye's disappearance theft, I did what any good ruler would do. I would assume. I did everything in my power to find it back, to trace it somehow, somewhere. I even asked the Ravenhearts to help me in this, knowing that their methods are very, very questionable. Their results, however, are undeniable. And this was a matter of the integrity, defense, protection of my entire land. I was in turmoil. I did not know what to do. Now I am here today. I see what has happened. I believe what you say is true. And I remember what happened 7 years ago, right after the theft. I was not the one who told the Ravenhearts to kill the thieves. I simply asked them to help me find it back, get it back. While they are not loyal to the emperors, they split many years ago when one emperor went mad. That's very understandable. But while they are not loyal to the emperors, I do believe that they act in what they think is to defend the sanctity of Kaineng. It has led to many disagreements down the road. Fact remains, that is who they are. And so this was a matter of, again, I repeat, the most important matter I've ever faced in my short years of ruling. And now I see what they did. Whereas the thieves were apprehended, what did that give? What did that bring? I see today that, sure, the thieves are gone, but what did that do? And he looks at you, Kireji. She looks at you, Kireji, and she doesn't say anything, but like, you understand that she's like trying to sum up your entire life. It's like, what is that brought us? And she like waves her hands towards you, like, all of that. And since then, the Ravenhearts have been in a frenzy since the day the theft happened. I believe that they are, with every passing day, they grew more frantic about retrieving the eye and descended into further chaos simply to find the eye, because they believed that nothing they could do would be as bad as not having the eye anymore. If they were to find the eye, then all their past actions would be redeemed, because that eye is the one, is the guardian of this land. And so I think with every passing day, they descended into chaos. But I did not wish for this to come to pass. I simply wished to protect my people. I did what I knew was necessary. However, and with that, she will bend down on her knees, and in the process of like kneeling down or bowing down on the floor in front of Kireji, saying, "I am truly, sincerely sorry for what my actions brought you and your family. I take full responsibility of that day when I asked them to solve this for me. I would not have imagined. I am so very sorry." She is now bowing on the floor to Kireji.
I kind of bend down towards her, just to kind of raise her back up to her feet again gently and say, these were not your actions. It was entirely their process that led to this. You just wanted what was best for Kaining. They wanted what was best for themselves. And they used that. Believe me, I never asked for any of this.
When she lifts her head up, you can see that her eyeshadow and her makeup got smeared by tears coming from her on her face as she slowly stands back up. She takes a small moment to regain her composure and will then continue speaking and say, "I am now faced with a different precarious situation. I now know where the eye is. And I know this is what could bring my people hope and protection again. And yet, I never imagined that when I would find it, I would not know what to do. Surely the extraction, or however means possible to retrieve the eye in you, would lead to your death. I have no doubt of that. And yet, I am now torn. I cannot keep my people in fear, in the shadows of fear, but I cannot keep you. I cannot do this from you. I think this is beyond. I think this is beyond my judgment." She then like sniffs a bit, clears out her throat, and says, "I will need more time to think of this when I'm less in turmoil, and probably seek the counsel of others. In fact, I think it's time I had a talk with my brother about this. Does your headmaster know about all this?
I suspect that he does.
Oh, Kagochi, what have you been hiding? What is your plan?
Whatever he did, he did that for a good reason.
We have to meet up. We have to get back to the palace. She looks back at the blue wall there, the shimmering magic spell wall, and she just complete change of subject asks, so what is this thing?
Wow.
Will it stay here forever?
That was a oh, shiny.
Big
I guess-
speech moment.
I guess that's one way to hit a wall in that discussion.
Zaya takes a little rock and tries to bounce it off the barrier. See what it does to the rock.
The rock goes through, and does not reappear on your side. You hear it thud on the temple stairs as it like thud, 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 thud as it rolls on the ground.
I wonder if there's another way out of this place.
Amethyst kind of steps forward sheepishly. I will try to do something about this. Steps forward, kind of spreads her arms out and goes, all right, you blue wall thingy, by the power, whatever it is I have, open!
The wall stays a wall.
And
But
then she...
now that you're closer, I'm going to ask you to roll an Arcana check.
Okay. Oh boy, first roll. Here comes the natural one.
Oh.
Hey, it's a
Ah, it's not a
13.
one.
It's a 9. Okay, well, you know, all right, well, actually, you know that this is not something that came from the temple. It's a spell. This is a chromatic wall, color of blue. Here is the info about this. It is a blue chromatic wall. You know that they last for 1 hour. Blue walls last for an hour.
Oh no. Okay, everybody stay away from the wall, please. I don't fancy being turned to stone today.
Turn to stone.
That's why the stone didn't do it. Okay.
Just jokingly, I'm going to try and intimidate the wall.
This is going to be here for a while. And...
Well, they... yeah, pretty much.
At least an hour, I would say. Gosh.
Is there no way to remove this? Says the Empress.
Well, it's either that or find another way out somehow.
I don't know.
Zaya's looking all over the temple.
Open, wall, come on, just open.
Oh,
Where is... There it is.
that's a natural 20.
Very nice.
Oh, okay.
Well, skill checks are not magical DM changing powers. Uh, the temple has one exit, but you do notice by thoroughly searching around that the blue wall like doesn't cover like it doesn't perfectly surround the exit. It has like a small gap at the top. I'll try and see if I can draw it properly. So, from your character's point of view, that is the exit, and the blue wall is seemingly it's seemingly covering the whole thing. There, like you place yourself right beside the wall and look around, and if you are looking up, like from where the wall is, you're right beside it. You look up. Here's what you see. Like this is the ceiling. One second, wrong color. This is the ceiling, and that's the rest of the temple, and the wall like just like it's barely in front of it. It leaves a crack open, and that's what you notice. Whether or not, yeah. So that's what you notice. Amethyst, you know that blue walls block auditory visual effects from passing through. So that's probably how you guys were communicating to each other beyond the wall is that crack there that was still open.
I wonder.
That is too thin for any of us to pass through.
About how big is it?
Oh, let's see. I would say that the entrance in height is about 8 feet, and in width, it is probably like 6.
So, what happens
8 by
if
6.
we shut the doors and seal the place? What will it do to the magic that was cast on the around it?
I don't know.
Give it a shot. I mean, worth a try.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have
Well, I don't have anything.
the only thing I could other than that, break through one of the walls.
Amethyst is just still staring at the blue wall, just kind of musing to herself. And eventually, she pulls out her little... She sits down in front of it, pulls out her little painting book, and her drawing book, and she starts drawing in it. And amidst all that, she manages to cast a this focused on the wall.
Spell level 5. All right. Make a counteract check.
Which is a...
That is simply basically your spell attack roll. Essentially. So it's a dice plus 12.
Okay. Quick, produce stones. 15 plus 12, 27.
Oh. A good idea.
Not actually produce stones, but you know.
Yeah.
It's just the best way to check.
Right, yeah, the roll.
Just for the numbers.
Okay.
All right. I was gonna do something before she cast that, but oh well.
There's a good chance you'll still get to do it.
Normally, you know, Amethyst, that chromatic walls cannot be counteracted with a dispel magic. Depending on the color, each color of a chromatic wall has a different way to dispel it.
Yes.
This chromatic wall was casted by someone who is not adept at magic, who relies on scrolls to cast her magic, and in doing so, she is dependent on the scroll to cast her magic. I believe she mentioned that to you guys a while back, or
Yeah.
your dispel magic. It doesn't erase the wall. However, it does. You see the wall react to your dispel magic strongly. You can see it like shimmer translucently and begin to slowly fade into existence, fade out of existence, fade back in, out, just whoop, 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 slowly. And you can see that it's no longer a solid color, it's more like a 50% opacity kind of thing. So you guys can now see behind the wall at a 50% transparency kind of deal. On the other side of the wall, there was nobody. It is empty. It's a field in front of you. However, lying there on the floor, on the entrance of the temple, right in front of the steps going down, is a unmoving errant on the floor.
Oh, it did a thing. I did a thing. The wall. Everybody, look.
Can you do it again?
I don't know. I'm not even sure what I did. I was here. I was drawing. I was doing here. Let me do it again. I was here.
I cast that upon.
+1. Okay, cool.
Thing. I did the thing.
Zaya tells you, "Yeah, you got this. Don't give up," and that gives you a +1.
Okay. She casts it again, but I didn't make it for first level, so this is first level, I believe. Is that a thing you can do? Is that a thing you can do it?
I don't think you can lower dispel magic to a lower level than what it starts as. I don't think so. You can heighten it, but I've never heard of lowering spell levels.
Yeah, I was trying to think. I thought it was a first level spell, but no, it's a second. So...
Because
yeah,
in first level that spell does not exist. So
yeah,
I can't lower it down.
Well, it ultimately depends. Did we level up yet?
Yeah.
Okay. Then in that case, it's 3rd level. On the second one, because I was like, it really depends on.
You lucky son of a halfling. Daughter of a halfling.
So dispel magic, and
3rd level.
I'm gonna do another. You know what? This time I'm gonna do a 3rd level spell. Why not? There we go. Oh wait, that doesn't have an attack roll. Gosh dang it! Never mind. Produce stones.
Nice.
Hey, same
Same thing.
+1. +1.
Plus
28.
28.
And it's a 3rd level spell. If the wall could react in pain, it would. You can see the wall begin to frantically shift between transparency and just wildly shimmering around before fizzing out and dissipating, and now it's gone.
All right, I immediately run to Aaron and check.
Yeah.
Hammett has his face on the floor.
Well, first we should see if he's still alive.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
That was the medicine check, yeah. You feel no heartbeat, no pulse.
I start what my father taught me. What probably nobody's ever seen before. CPR. And
Chest compressions.
She pulls out 2 electric eels.
Clear. From your medicine check, when you was looking at him, his pulse had left him for quite some time now. Despite your best efforts of CPR, he remains on the ground, unflinching.
One last plea for help. Just gonna. She's trying everything.
The wounds on his body, the cuts, the injuries on his body are mended. His body returns to a more healthy state, and yes, you heal him. His body is now healthy, is now unwounded,
But he's still dead.
but still, he's not moving.
Oh, wait. I have an idea. It's an absolutely mad idea. Does anybody else have a better idea? Please tell me somebody has a better idea.
I'm afraid not.
Amethyst reaches into her bag. I got this rod.
This rod does 10 random things. Pikachu. Very promising.
It's the only thing I can think of. I don't know what all these things can do, but maybe. Should I try it?
If you think it'll help him.
I don't know what it's gonna do. Everybody stand back. Amethyst points the rod at him and activates it.
Roll a D100.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
A 2.
Okay.
Hey, that could be anything.
Yeah, the low numbers or high numbers mean nothing.
Doesn't
Everything
matter.
has a different
Could be
effect. Yeah.
anything.
Yeah. Well, you cast the Rod of Wonders on him, and you begin to notice from the marble of the temple begins to sprout flowers and leaves all around his body. Beautiful flowers of multiple colors, vibrant and alive. Yeah, so his body is now surrounded by a small field of leaves and flowers.
Alas.
We did what we could. If it weren't for him, that would have been me. He was the one who finished my parents, but he also protected me.
Kireji. She rummages through her bag. Here. She pulls out 2 grayish white silk gloves. Here. She kind of slaps him in his direction. Use these.
Slaps him on his face.
What did they do?
Ghost vision. Maybe his spirit's lingering. Maybe you can talk to him. I don't know.
I guess that's all we
Gloves
can do.
of Ghost Vision. Pale gray silk. Once per day, the wearer may activate them as standard action by bowing her head and pressing her hands through her eyes. Silver eyes flare and open. When the wearer lowers her hands, deep pools of swirling gray mist hide her own eyes and allow her to see more clearly. The restless dead for the next 10 rounds. While active, Ghost Vision. Okay. See all undead within 60 feet, ethereal undead, and corporeal undead hiding in objects. If the wearer has channeled positive energy, that's not the case. Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, so I put the gloves on without haste. Or with haste, I mean.
Yeah. And you activate them.
Yep.
So the embroidered silver eyes on the gloves flare and open, and when the wearer lowers her hands, deep pools of swirling gray mist hide his own eyes and allow her to see more clearly the restless dead for the next 10 rounds. You look around, errant, up, down, left, right, behind, everywhere. There is no one to be seen. No spirit, no ghost is in the nearby vicinity. But looking with this ghost vision, while you can't see anything new or different, you feel something. You feel a wave of contentment coming from Aaron's body. It's as though he's emanating this emotion of contentment, of regretlessness. That's not a word. Whatever. That's all you see. You do not see any restless dead, because there are no restless dead here.
I remove the gloves and hand them back to Amethyst and just kind of shake my head. He's gone.
There's a I looked at the Empress and what would you have him do with? What would you do with him?
He might have been Ravenheart, and he's also the one that was responsible for what happened to my parents. But at the same time, he died protecting me, which I don't know what to think about that.
The Empress will simply bow her head in honor and respect and will simply say, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he was once a student of your same master, Kireji. Am I wrong?
He was.
Then I
don't-
think it falls to him to decide what must be done. I can't imagine the flurry of sentiments you must be going through, knowing what he did then and what he did now. I'm sorry, but I think it's time we all, well, once we're done here, we should head to the palace. I think it's time we update the headmaster of all this.
Nods. You want to keep the body here, and you want to take it with us.
We should take it with us.
Yes.
I'm going to take the body personally.
Okay. You're strong enough that, despite his bigness, you're able to carry him.
Zaya reminds Amethyst to see if she could lock up the.
Oh, yeah, thank you. She waves her arms again and, please close. I don't know what I'm doing. Just please close, lock, whatever it is you do.
When you, the doors close on their own, and the engraven crest of Nora reappears on the door, and the doors are sealed shut now.
Thank you, door. She turns and rushes to keep up with the rest of the group as they head off.
The Empress will summon the portal back to the palace and head back there. Following that, yeah, exactly. Fast travel. Well, she would have, but just as she cast the spell, you hear a loud voice. You cannot fast travel when there are enemies nearby.
Exactly.
Thunder, roll initiative. No. So you guys make it, and what happens in the following time is that you all meet up with the rest of the monastery students as well as the headmaster. They were on the first floor cleaning up the mess. They had all survived. There were no casualties in the students. The Grey Malady abominations, however, had to be put down. Many guards unwillingly lost their lives there. There were no demons to be found. None of them. No traces of them other than physical damage to the building. Bellerin's not there, obviously, at all. And so the next few minutes, maybe even half hour, is that is getting reacquainted with the others. Hyuzan and Azami will definitely rush up to you guys and begin conversing with you guys, and relief, lots of relief that you guys are still doing okay. Hyuzan will joke with Kireji, saying he always knew that Kireji had it in him to save us all, and just like he's fast to bring lightheartedness back. They you all met with them downstairs, so they did not see Errant. They also don't know who he is to begin with. So the next 15-20 minutes is like the aftermath of the palace feuds, you could say, the conflicts, and once that moment's done, you four and the Empress are back in the throne room, and the headmaster will show up. He was downstairs. He was doing a round of the palace, going everywhere around just to make sure things are okay, nothing's going wrong. So while you guys were downstairs with the others, he wasn't there. And so you guys meet back up in the throne room. The Empress has now resumed her place in the throne, the seat. And at some point, the headmaster will show up from the stairs.
Did you read my whisper? I didn't want to
Yes.
interrupt.
Yes, that's good. You do
Okay.
that.
Because I'm trying.
Smart idea.
She's trying to create a serum to counteract.
Okay. Smart idea. Okay. So, the reunion with the headmaster is very bittersweet. The first thing is relief. First thing that happens is that the headmaster will run towards Kireji and embrace him strongly. He'll wrap his arms around him as he was running and hold you very tight in his hands. You've never seen him run. You've never seen him this way, but right now, he ran towards you and embraced you strongly. And only you hear the whisper that he says to your ear. I thought, I feared I had lost you.
Oh, Master, I don't plan on going anywhere just yet.
When I heard the Raven Lord was here and you were gone, both of you were gone, I feared the worst. I lived my whole life trying to prevent you two from fighting. I feared the worst.
I would have likely died, but errant, and I just kind of trail off and just kind of look downward.
And that's when he notices Errant. He had not seen him previously. He now sees the body of Errant beside you all.
I was going to fight the Raven Lord myself, but then he interceded.
tried everything I could to bring him back.
He will calmly walk over to Errant, kneel down beside him, spend a few moments in silence, and then place his hand on his chest, on Errant's chest. He'll say to him, "And so, you finally accomplished what you set out to do. I'm so proud of you. Rest easy, rest well, my faithful student." He'll then stand up, look at you four, and simply say, he knew this was going to happen. He said that should it happen, to reassure you all that this is what he wanted. He leaves us with no regrets of what he just did. He knew what was going to happen, and he did anyway. Yes. Following that, the headmaster and the Empress will go to a separate room and begin talking to each other about stuff. Matters of national security, which you probably already all know what that means.
Mm-hmm.
They specifically asked that you stay out of this for now. She needs to talk to him alone for now. So right now it's you four, you three tonight, in the throne area. She's just playing with her deck of many things. She's drawing a card, drawing another one, and
Oops, drew a bad one. Dies.
and her body just poof, disappears and vanishes.
Oh, did we forget to mention that Emma pulled a card from the deck of many things, and now she's a kitsune until the next session? Wow.
Hey, zero surprise.
That would be funny. You drew from the deck of many things, and it didn't turn out so well for you.
You lost all your magic items. You're back to level 1. You know, but you're alive.
Yeah.
So right now it's you four. Is there anything you guys wanted to discuss? Just you four privately before we move on.
I think so.
Zaya's. You see her.
I will go and grab some water. Be right back.
You see Zaya is messing with blood vials, and doing some medicine stuff, trying to all the blood she got from the gray malady victims.
Mm.
So she's kind of preoccupied with that, but I'm Zed. I wonder if the eye is truly ingrained within you now, Kireji.
Well, the Empress said it herself that it's very likely if they tried to remove it, it would kill me.
We'll figure something out.
I mean, if it came down to it, it kept Kaining safe.
No. No!
No? You
We
alright
need
there?
you.
Oh, no.
I don't need
Yes.
you. I don't need you being a martyr. We need you. The people of Kaining need you alive. It wasn't some dumb eye that stopped this demon invasion. It was you.
They
So get
Hey.
that out of your head, okay? And keep that eye in there.
Everybody else in this world does not depend on some magical item to keep them safe. They rely on themselves. They rely on each other to make sure that their borders are safe and their land is safe. I think Kain might need to start doing that.
The problem here is that if they find out that I have this, and they knew that the Empress knew, they would probably depose her. And not in a gentle way. And I have no doubt that they will make the people of Kaining suffer until they find it. And they don't deserve that.
No, they don't. But it's not your fault that they're making these people suffer.
Even if it isn't me continuing like this.
Maybe okay. The Eye of Amethyst was created by the four guardians in sacrifice of the first emperor. Why can't they make another? Just
Hey, are you suggesting that they sacrifice the Empress?
no. I just talking out loud. I what was the process? What did the emperor have to
That
sacrifice?
was a big part of the process, was some sort of sacrifice. Also, do we know anybody that knows how to make an Eye of Namfish?
Well,
I mean, this happened
way
at least hundreds of years ago.
No,
Yeah.
the spirits help make it, so we could ask the spirits. We already, talked to the unicorn.
Yeah, about that. He sort of talked to me about the Eye of Namfish. It's actually how I found out about it. That's well, let's just not make that plan A, okay?
It wasn't even a play. It was just me talking out loud.
Oh, okay.
But we need to find somebody to protect the armor pieces.
And that is also something of great concern. wonder how Fellerin did manage to get through. Did he have something of Nora's to do that?
No, that what Nora said in the letter, that it probably the protection wore away.
So it's about
Either
the
that,
time.
or I'm not the only descendant of Nora.
Possible.
What do you think a separate descendant of Nora would want to do? Do you think they'd still follow the same track we're on, or do you think...
Valerin doesn't strike me as the type that would tell somebody that they're the key to opening the thing, rather than trying to manipulate them into doing it for him from behind the scenes. I get the feeling that's exactly what he did with me. I don't think it's a coincidence that I just showed up and opened that place up, and he just happened to be there.
I'm not 100% sure what our next step should be. I just know that we need to protect these armor pieces and from falling into the wrong hands again.
I know what my next step is going to be. A nice hot bath.
The immediate future.
Can't blame
And
you.
after that, I'm not quite sure.
Just need to take some time to think about all this.
It has been a long, grueling journey.
For now, there is somewhat of a peace, but should enjoy every bit we get while we still can. I have a feeling we're not going to get it very often going forward.
The road's going to be rougher.
Hey, can I be extra cheesy for a moment? Remember we all did that big group hug? Can we do another one of those?
Oh, I was just about to suggest the same thing. Come on, everybody. Absolutely.
Without hesitation, I join in.
Yeah.
Just don't crush me, okay?
Too late.
Medic.
Oh, looky there.
It's at that moment that from the separate room where the two are talking, you hear loud voices, exclamations. It seems as though the headmaster is saying loudly, "No, that can't be possible. I can't allow that to happen. You can't be serious, sister." Kireji, you have never heard him shout or say loudly like that. You do not hear the Empress's response to that.
Well, that can't be good. I've never seen him get that angry.
Siblings can do that to you.
So
Still trying to get used to the
I
idea.
I ask. I have one of the vials, and I ask Amethyst to hold on to it for a second. I want to see a reaction and see if the Gray Malady blood does anything when she touches the vial.
Good. Oh, Zaya, speaking of vials, here are your bottles you gave me. She pulls out a couple of glass bottles and hands them back. Sure, I'll hold on to your goop?
I just want to see your reaction. Let's see if it does anything.
Am I supposed to do something with it? Do I shake it?
Just hold it.
Do I wave my hands over
Now,
it?
now I this is DM. Does anything happen? Or is
You
he-
hold the vial, Amethyst?
Yep, she's holding the vial. She kind of, as she said, do I wave my hands over it? She waved her hands over it, and shook it a little.
Yeah, sure. The blood inside begins to boil. Not like hot
Wow.
boil, but like not the hot part of it, but like bubbles. It reacts.
Does it seem to change in color or anything?
Color? No.
No, just boils. Okay.
The blood definitely begins to agitate.
Zaya, what is this goop? Why is it
that,
moving?
That is one of the gray malady vials I drew from one of the people who were inflicted.
Oh, great! She holds it out, extends her hand. Maybe you should take this back. This is giving me heebie-jeebs.
So Zaya take the vial that she took of her own blood that right after she was cured of the gray malady and hands it. Could you hold on to this one for me?
Is this one gonna dance?
I don't know. It's an experiment. We'll see.
Okay. She grabs it, does the same thing. She shakes it lightly and waves her hand over it.
Any reaction?
The vial of gray malady blood begins to react and bubble and
No. I'm talking about I drew blood on myself after she cured me from the gray malady.
He did. I actually remember Kumo Zaya doing that. I remember him mentioning that very specifically.
Yeah.
Okay. To a lesser degree, you see some bubbles, but definitely not as reactive as the one you just did previously. It has a much lesser reaction.
Zaya's in thought. And then she pulls out another vial and she draws her blood right there into a vial. That was when you first cured me of the gray malady.
Right.
Yeah, I cured you.
I did that, yeah.
She hands Amethyst the vial she just drew. I want to see the reaction now.
Oh boy.
That one has no effect, has no reaction to the blood you have right now. Nothing.
Very interesting.
Isn't that reassuring?
That is reassuring. But is the seed lying dormant or was it obliterated? That's my question. Thank you, Amethyst. I appreciate it. And she goes back.
I'll hold your dancing goop anytime, I guess, as long as it's in a nice jar.
She goes back to her experiments and trying to make a serum. This is my skill check.
Okay, very nice 29. We'll get to that. The headmaster comes into the throne room. He is composed. He has a nice posture, and he's currently pouring himself some tea. Reggie, roll a perception to figure out, to see if you recognize what kind of tea he is pouring himself. 22, that is good. I had it. That is a oolong tea that he's pouring himself. And
sorry, I didn't hear what you said a couple of seconds ago.
You notice that he is pouring himself a cup of oolong tea, which you know ain't good. It means he's not in a good mood at all.
Oh boy.
He is unhappy.
Well, I guess they're really duking it out.
The headmaster will simply walk towards you guys. He will stop in front of Kireji and you guys. He'll tell you, Kireji, to before you leave, let us have a moment. There are some things that you need to know.
Okay.
And with that, without any other word, without another explanation, he begins to walk away and head back down the stairs to regroup with the other students. At that time, the Empress comes out and slowly walks towards you guys, the sound of her shoes echoing across the floor.
Oh no!
Oh no. The Empress will start by saying, I apologize. There were some things that I needed to tell him in private. I'm sorry that you hurt him. You probably hurt him back then.
Yeah, I'm not used to seeing him like that.
As you no doubt have guessed, we have discussed what we are to do with this situation. On one hand, the eye is a symbol of hope, of protection, and joy to our people. Even if the artifact does nothing, even if it's only a symbol, it is still in that object that right now the hopes of my people are currently in. And on the other hand, I have this other situation of this demonic gray malady invasion and you four. I cannot take back the eye and have you die when you four are so heavily involved in this situation, and you are the best placed right now to, keep tabs on all this. And if one of you were to die, that would much worsen this worldwide situation. I am stuck between both choices, and so as Empress of this land, I had to make a decision. I cannot stand idly by when I know of all this now. And my decision has been made. Kireji, I'm casting your fate to the great dragon, Kunavang. This is beyond anything I can hope to decide. I have no idea what he will say, but I know that he is better placed than I to make this, to see light in this situation.
Then I
That
will-
obviously did not go well with your headmaster. He's very reluctant to uh, cast our hopes on him because he is unpredictable. But I have no other choice.
I understand. My master was just looking out for me.
You are truly blessed to be surrounded by such people. I'm very happy to see you right now.
I never thought I'd see or feel this way. About anyone, let alone those who took me in when they didn't have to. And because of them, I'm able to acknowledge that sometimes families are not ones necessarily bound by blood.
And Amethyst, I have no earthly idea what awaits you in the following days. Surely we've all had our share of problems right now, and I cannot guarantee that I'll be able to help you as much as I want to, but I can promise that I will do what I can in my power to aid in any way, shape, or form to you, to Nora, and to you four.
Like I said earlier, we all seem to be finding ourselves in unenviable positions today, don't we? And any and all help you can give us is deeply appreciated. I don't expect you to pick up and move the continent of Kaining to our little pile of rubble.
Actually, she pulls out a scroll,
Meh.
weave the island together.
We're gonna fit all Kaining into Celestia.
Weave together the fabric of place.
If Kireji had walked through that chromatic wall, would he have become Stone's Unyielding Defiance?
I would have asked you to roll a will save.
Yeah.
Depending on your roll, you would have been petrified or not.
Yeesh.
Ooh. Well, let's see
Yep.
if I would have made that roll.
Let's see. You would have had a success, which 24? No, 24 would have been a failure.
Dang.
Not a instant petrification. A failure is that you start out slowed, the slowed condition, and every turn you re-roll a save. If you fail that save, then your slow becomes slow 2. If ever you reach slow 3, that is when you are instantly and permanently petrified.
Oof. That's
It's a fun
horrible.
effect.
That is a
That
very
is
fun effect.
that is the
Yeah,
spell.
I would have been turned to stone.
The spell Flesh the Stone. Go read it up. That's
Uh,
what happens. I'm serious.
Yep, that's exactly what it does.
Oh, so that would have been my final will save there.
A critical failure on the very first roll starts you at slow 2. So you only need
Ooh.
one bad roll after that to be petrified. Yeah.
Good thing they didn't walk through it.
Yep.
The Empress then talks about the fact that now priorities must shift to rebuilding, not just physically, but mentally, emotionally. My people, they have to know that I am here, I am alive, I am well. Obviously, some details of the day will not be archived.
Understandably.
If anyone else would hear me, I would be stoned, but I'm sure you all understand. Do not worry. None of what we know will be written down.
Thank you.
I'm sealing this in the vault of my hearts. It will not leave. This may be bold of me to ask, but I know you all have many things on your mind, but if you do find it to your liking, perhaps you'll be willing to stay here in Kaineng for a few more days to I don't want to ask for your help in rebuilding. I will assume that responsibility, but more just to enjoy what this land has to offer that you were denied of in the past week. Normally, visitors who would come here in Kaineng would view the beauty, the splendor of our land, taste the riches. However, you all were quite literally thrown into this violent situation. And now that we're on the other side, I think that my land, that Kaineng still has beauty to offer you all. I'm sure that Kireji here knows what I'm talking about. There is beauty in this land, and I don't want you guys to leave without not having seen it.
Well, I mean, it really all
Consider
depends.
this as a time required to heal, rest, and mend, both physically and mentally. I imagine that if you guys go back to where you belong, you will immediately be thrown into some other conundrum. Please, if you can spare it, take the time, stay here just a little bit longer. You will be under my protection. I will house you personally in my private quarters.
Ellison, please. What I was gonna say is it all depends. Does staying here a few extra days involve some good tea and a hot bath? If so, I'll say yes.
As much as you want, and so much more.
That'll be a yes from her, and definitely be a yes from me. As she's playing with medicines and vials and stuff like that.
Kireji, I know that you being here will. I don't know how to say this. I know that you know that the Raven Lord still lurks around, and who knows what she's gonna do next. And I know that 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 will make it hard for you to, you know, cast your wearies out. But would you be okay staying here under my wing? The Ravenhearts are not loyal to the emperors anymore. However, they still recognize my authority, and they will not go against my word so quickly and so easily. I should be able to keep you safe.
It's. Do you think that it will place you in any danger by doing so because of them?
It might, but as you once said, I believe to be well surrounded. And my friends, my advisors, my companions are what makes me strong. I know that my brother, uh, your headmaster, is always nearby, and he has been keeping the Ravenhearts in check for many years. I have no doubt that with him and me and others, we will be safe for the time being. The Ravenhearts also suffered a massive loss. I don't think the Raven Lord is ready to launch another whatever he's gonna do anytime soon.
Hmm.
Well,
I have one more question. Do you know when Kireji is supposed to go before Kunavang?
As soon as possible. Uh, Kagochi will definitely want to talk with you beforehand, but uh, as soon as we are done here, I will send a message to him, to the Great Dragon, and see what. And you will go to the meeting place, and there. I'm so sorry again. I
I
do
want to
not
go
know.
with him. I don't want him to have to face that alone.
You can certainly try. I do not know what he will ask, or what are his conditions. Uh, I think he would appreciate your presence. He being Kireji.
If if you two are going, I'm going too.
I will. I will do as Kunvang wishes.
It is now uh, about 9 p.m., 10 p.m. It's nighttime. Uh, just before she sends you to her a private guest room, she will say that tell you to probably go see uh, uh, go see Kagoshima one last time today before tuning in. She said to Kireji.
Come on, Kireji, we'll wait for you. I'm sure Zaya has more blood for me to boil.
I'll have fun with that.
Oh, oodle. Absolutely oodle.
Oodles are fun.
Maybe you can explain to me what you're actually doing with all this, Zaya.
I start explaining medical terms and
I want to create a gray malady people by myself.
no. I'm trying to create a serum to counteract and cure the gray malady.
Okay,
The-
you'll have to explain to me what you're going on with that. I imagine with that, Amethyst and Zaya go walking into the room while Kireji
All right.
presumably does that. I mean, unless Kumo, you want to go walk me through the entire process.
My character knows what she's doing. I have no clue.
So while you two leave while talking, Kireji, you presumably will go and meet up with him,
Yep.
the headmaster. All right, and this will be the last scene of the night, tonight, Pathfinder. So you two meet up with each other once. Once you all are done in the palace, people taking care of things as under control as they can be. Uh, he will head to. Well, you two will go somewhere private, inside the palace, a a a kind of hidden room somewhere, and won't have time to talk about everything probably you want to ask him, but one thing that he will talk about the moment you guys are alone, the door closes. He immediately begins by saying, "Do not feel bad for Errant and what happened to him today. This is what he wanted." He, after what he did 7 years ago, he told me that while he knew what he did was the right thing technically, he can never shake off the feeling that he shouldn't have done it. He knew who your parents were, what they had done, and with that knowledge, there was no doubt in what had to be done. And yet still something constantly gnawed at his soul and mind. And that's why for the next 7 years, he stayed in the shadows and kept you safe. He could not bring himself to abandon you. And so he never made himself known to you because I told him not to reveal himself to you. I knew that you would be too. The emotions would still be too raw, and no matter what he would have said or done, you would have acted in haste. But all this time, he basically dedicated his time in keeping you safe from the Ravenhearts. I was, yes, he was in an advantageous situation where he was in the Ravenhearts and could know what was going on. He managed to keep his secret going for a long time, and so he was able to keep you safe from the Ravenhearts. And almost a year ago, when you decided to leave and go to Ospian to search, I knew that I was not able to stop you and that he could no longer protect you. He had to stay with the Ravenhearts. And so for him being able to do what he did today was to him the greatest thing he could have done. In a what did he tell you? Uh, uh, did he say something to you before uh, you left him?
He just said that it was that it was important that I keep going. That this is not where I needed to be. I was so ready to fight him, and the look of concern that he had when he told me to leave. I knew at that moment that I was completely out of. There was no chance I would have been able to take on the Raven Lord. And I feared for his safety. I feared for the safety of someone who killed my family. I don't know how to process that.
Well, know that the emotions you feel could have only come to you with years of training. I am proud to hear you say that. Yes, he was a Ravenheart. Yes, he did things that. Yes, he is the one who, by his own hands, took the life of your parents. And yet, today, feels though he did the opposite. Tell me, did he give you anything, perchance?
He gave me this gauntlet.
Do you know what that is?
I don't. He just said that it was. Well, he didn't really say anything. He just left it behind when we first met.
When I picked him up as a student many decades ago, he was in a similar situation. He had also lost both of his parents by unfortunate circumstances. However, in him was not the heart of revenge. He did not purposely train and fight to seek revenge of what happened. He simply, well, he searched for ways to bring them back. He would tirelessly, day and night, consult everything, anything we had to see if there was some way that they could be brought back. Normally, spells, magic that do bring a life back exist, but never to souls that are not willing to come back. Errant discovered something. Well, no. He realized that the power of ki was mysterious at best. There was not much written about that force, and still to this day it remains one of the most mysterious forces on this earth. He found in that his best bet. Perhaps if he pushed the key to the limit, he would perhaps find something somewhere that would give him an answer. And so I guided him as best I could. I encouraged his research. And for many years, he dedicated himself to ki and all of that. When, how do I say? A few years ago, before you met him on that tragic day, and after he graduated from being a student, he discovered that in ki held away not to bring back someone's life, not to bring back someone from the dead, per se, but a way to connect their souls with yours and permit communication. When he discovered that, he immediately began to do everything to reach that power. Every day, every day for years, he would focus his inner being as much as possible and canalize that power into a container of some sorts, a receptacle that would harness ki power. Don't ask me how, don't ask me where I got this, but that gauntlet is not just an ordinary thing, it is a ancient relic used by a very old art relic, magical artifact. I gave that to him and told him that this is what he needed. And so every day he would spend his time amassing all the ki he had and sealing it inside that container so that one day he would have enough to fulfill his dream of seeing his parents again. That was his entire goal. That is why he came to my monastery, why I accepted him. He was a torn boy who just wanted to see his parents again. On that day, that tragic day 7 years ago, when you yourself lost your parents by his hand, we talked later. Not the same day, a few days later, he came to seek me out. He was troubled, like I mentioned. And that's when you said that now what he wants to do is not only keep you safe, but he wanted to one day give you that bracer. The very same that he had poured his entire life energy in, literally, to one day see his parents again. He knew on that day that he then wanted to give it to you instead. He could not come to terms with the fact that he made someone suffer the same fate he did, and he would be the one to benefit from his life efforts. So he decided to instead do it for you. That bracer right there, the one you hold, essentially contains almost 20 years of Aaron's life force. His entire ki is inside that bracer, and it is powerful enough to cross. It should let you see your parents again and talk with them wherever they are. This is what he wanted to do for you for all the last 7 years. It's the best he could do. And to him, giving his life to save yours was just it felt as though it completed his mission. He wanted to make sure that you were alive for the day where he had enough ki power stored inside the bracer so that you could see your family again. So that bracer is yours now. That is what he wanted to do. And I knew of this ever since I brought you in my monastery.
All this time. I don't know what to say. I think I just need some time to process all of this.
You have had, in the language of one of my students, one hell of a day.
That's certainly one way of putting
I'll go even further and say one hell of a life.
That's certainly one way of putting it.
I am proud to see the man you have become. I know you still have much to learn and much life to go through. But I think that my time with you, at least in the role of headmaster and student, is at an end.
What do you mean?
To simply say, I cannot follow where you are going. You have your life outside of my monastery, And I knew that I knew the day you joined my monastery, that there was one day where you would seek out on your own answers to your questions and revenge, basically. I knew that one day would happen. And last year, I knew that it had begun. You have been a true full man, grown in maturity. And it's time that you, for real this time, set out and lived your life outside of this monastery.
But this monastery, it is my home. It will always be my home.
And you will always be able to come back. Do not worry, you are not being sent away forever. Just, I know that your life now takes you away from Kaineng, away from the monastery. And I think you are ready. I have taught you for 7 years. I've done everything I can to prepare for this day that I knew was going to happen. I am proud of the man I see in front of me. And I know that you, along with those around you, will make the right choices and do the right thing. Whatever that thing may be, I trust you enough to know that you will decide what is best. It is a formality at best. It doesn't really mean anything, but it's something I've always liked to do. He hands you a scroll that he took out from his back pocket. Hands you the sealed scroll. This is, he says with a small smile, this is your graduation diploma. You are no longer simply a student. I think you are yourself now.
I just take a moment to look at the scroll and kind of once it over. And then I clasp my hands tightly to say, I will continue to fight for what I believe in, and I will do everything I can to not let all the sacrifices you've made for me, and Aaron for me, for that matter, to be in vain. This will always be a family for me, no matter what.
You will always be a son to me. One that I never had. He will approach you and slowly, calmly embrace you, and he will simply whisper in his most soft tone, I love you.
I love you too, Father. And just like trying to fight back.
Mhm.
Lots of emotions.
Yes. Following that, he will say, now perhaps you think that you're not ready. Perhaps you think you have still much to learn. That's very normal. And perhaps you especially think that you're still too impulsive, too brash to all that. And I understand. You, of all people, have had to struggle with something most people don't struggle with. Like I mentioned previously, there are two beings inside of you, both fighting for attention. One who pushes you to malice, cruelty, efficiency, yes, but cruelty. And the other to goodness, calm, and honesty. Normally, uh, everybody on this earth struggles with that. There is always two entities in everybody. You, however, especially, are a special case. You're not only fighting against your own self, you're fighting against the literal powers of malice and darkness, beings of the abyss, cloud your mind. It is doubly so more important for you to never fight alone. You've surrounded yourself with good people. Please never abandon them.
I wouldn't dream of it.
And for the love of Irori, please, the next time you come back and visit us, bring something other than muffins.
Ah!
Yeah, I kind of got the impression you were not a fan.
I've always been more of a tea person.
Well,
He says, pouring himself a yellow tea this time.
I'll certainly keep that in mind. Perhaps I'll find some tea in Ospian that will suit your interests.
I look forward to it.
Thank you for everything, Master. I won't let you down.
You haven't, he says. Now
Yeah.
go and sleep.
Before I do that, where's Errant being kept?
Errant will be soon transferred to my monastery, where he will have his own place in the graveyard behind the monastery, where your parents are as well. There is a special lot for students and previous students who, at their own request, wish to be buried there. Most wish to be with their families, but some wish to honor where they've been, what they did there. So it was Aaron's wish to one day be buried in the monastery. So, yeah.
Well, I think I'd like to have a moment with him before I leave.
Okay. He will direct you to the third floor, the throne room, where some some of the Empress's people were brought his body to a separate room and were just, doing stuff, doing whatever you're supposed to do with.
Yeah.
I don't know, but yeah. So there's people there, and at the sight of you, the Empress will ask the people to give him a moment with Aaron, and so they leave, and you are now alone with Aaron. You are in a room that is nearby Zaya and Amethyst. Here, I keep forgetting to do things on Roll20. I'm talking so much that I just
That's okay.
get lost in the moment. But all right, here. Yeah. Oh no. Okay, there he is. There we go. So you are there. He is there. You are alone.
I really wanted to hate you with all my heart. You ripped my world apart in a way that couldn't be repaired. And I'm not gonna lie, when you offered to let me get my vengeance, I really wanted to. But as much as I wanted to hate you with all my heart, you seem honorable. And my master spoke kindly of you from the brief time I've known you. You really were just fighting for the good of Kaining, and that led you to doing something that stained your soul. Or at least that's probably how you felt. While it was indeed you who killed them, you were simply a weapon being wielded by a more sinister force. It is they who are truly to blame for what has happened. And I'm going to set that right. No matter what it takes. No matter how long it takes, I'll do what I have to. Even if it's something I might not necessarily want to do. Just like you did. So whatever your feelings might have been, and for any of the hurtful things you've had to endure, I forgive you. Forgive you for what you did. You were a son of Kireji'Garou. And I will not get in the way of your rest now. Perhaps on the other side we can meet as friends again. Better circumstances. Oh, I should go. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, Aaron. And after just a couple minutes just solemnly praying, then I'll back away from the body of Aaron and meet up with the rest, or go to get some rest.
Well, you probably see Zaya and Amethyst standing in the back. Or she approaches. She approaches
Sorry,
you apparently.
sorry.
What I imagine?
Okay, yes.
How
So
I imagine it in my head is Amethyst is sneaking up behind, and then Zaya turns the corner and bumps straight into Amethyst. Kinda...
exactly. So, just when you were done speaking and began your silent prayer, you hear the clattering of two people bumping into each other. Ow! Hey!
Ah, Zaya!
Zaya quietly holds up her finger.
Sorry.
I just kind of kind of frightened the daylights out of him at first, probably, but then probably just kind of sighs with a bemused look on his face and kind of walks over towards them. Well, I suppose now all there is to do is to wait for what Kunavang has in store.
Yeah.
And we shall be there with you.
I know.
How you holding that big guy?
Oddly feeling a little at ease despite all that we've been through. I feel like we're going to be more certain about what's to come, whether we want to or not. But I'm sure we'll be able to face it. Whatever it is.
Together we can face anything.
Yeah, that's the spirit.
Speaking of spirits, I didn't see anything when I put those gloves on.
Oh,
I thought you were
Well.
talking about spirits as in there's no drink.
Speaking of spirits, let's get drunk.
Well, maybe he was.
Well, I guess that means he was at peace, right?
I think so. I certainly, oddly enough, when I put those gloves on, I kind of got that impression. That was really strange. Honestly, I don't know how I would have reacted if I had seen an actual ghost in front of me, but then again, there was Mr. Bones a while ago.
Yeah. You know, I was thinking about having those resized for me when we got home, but I don't know. They looked kind of cute on you.
I appreciate it, but I think I'll pass.
Zaya claps him on the shoulder and doesn't really say anything. Just give him a a gentle squeeze on the shoulder and smiles. She doesn't really have anything to say right now. And sighs.
Well,
So are we staying here a couple days until the meeting?
Well, I think for me, I kind of have no choice in the matter, but I think that's probably best for now until we recollect ourselves, so that we can face what's ahead with a
Yeah.
fresh mind.
Get the next leg of our journey all planned out after in a few days.
Zero would have been mad if I didn't have you stay here in Kaineng, so. But my side quest was all about being here. I think with that, the group heads off to sleep. Any last thoughts about any last thoughts of Zaya, Amethyst, Kireji as they're in bed waiting to fall asleep? Any like personal thoughts? Like now it's just you by yourself alone. What are you thinking about?
I wonder if I could get some of Aaron's hair. I could make that a really nice paintbrush.
What? Kireji hears you talking through your messenger ring.
Just want to let you know, Amethyst, this is still on. I hear you.
You didn't hear anything. Forget
Click.
that.
Zaya thinks back to her work of making a serum. And trying to figure out different ways to experiment.
I'm kind of just, I kind of got the gauntlet in my hand, kind of just thinking about it, and thinking, perhaps I really should try it and see how it goes. It's just like the eye, like a lot of sacrifice went into making that, and now it seems like the same thing can be said for that gauntlet. So it's kind of the same sort of sacrifice.
Anything you're thinking about, Amethyst?
Probably a hot bath.
Oh, I was muted. Sorry. I had a little
I
bit
didn't
of-
want to assume that because you do take pauses sometimes. I want to let you have that pause, but no, sorry.
especially, especially tonight, because I don't think you guys want to hear my
Okay,
my
yeah.
noises tonight.
You're totally fine, bud.
No. On a more serious note, she is thinking about all this. She's somehow related to the great hero Nora, and how this relates to her, and probably her father. What all this means, all this sudden new responsibility thrust on her. She's worried about that. Worried about Kireji, about him having to face Kunavang. What's going to be going on there?
Rip.
Yeah. Honestly, worried about a lot of things. Like, what is this? What does all this mean for her, for Kireji, for Zaya, Amma? You know, how does this affect everything? And I think that pretty much sums up the maelstrom of thoughts going through her head.
Yeah. I'm sure that Zero, the Emma would have loved to share with you guys what happened with her by herself. It's too bad that we haven't got to know what's been going on there yet, but in time, I hope.
Yep.
I mean, he will be having his, he will be DMing for us in the near future, so he'll have time to talk about it, hopefully.
Cool.
Yep.
But with that, I think I will officially, solemnly close the book on Kaineng, except for that one Kunavang meeting, which will probably happen after Zero side quest.
Okay.
Yay!
We'll see. We'll see. But that is what happened tonight.
Awesome,
Pathfinder's
awesome.
done.
Thank you so much for the
Yeah.
games. I really do appreciate it. Guys, please, if you're still here, go check out Zero, the Hammer Slayer. He wasn't here tonight, but he usually plays with us. He'd host a channel of Dungeons and Dragons and Driving, and also Snowing Phoenix Games, who is our illustrious DM. Please go check them out. Their link is down below. Thank you all so much for being here. We appreciate you. I hope you had a fun time with the story, and we will see you guys later. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
I hope you all.
When the night is over, my life is over. 'Cause I start thinking again about our time together. It's over. 'Cause I start thinking again about our time together. start thinking again about our time together. When the night is over